There are no fools here. You are dreaming. I am not a ghost. You will not forgive me. I have not even done anything yet. I am here to help you. I am going to collab with Jusagi. I do not know what a collab is. Are you dreaming? You could say that. You are dreaming, and you need to wake up. Or else you are going to get lost in there. You are about to go to bed, sleeping in a dream. Lost in where? I cannot say. You like sleeping? I am sorry. You need to wake up. No. Then, enjoy your dream as much as you can. You wake up in your bed, like everything is normal. What do you do now? You get out of bed, and you go and brush your teeth, like normal. You notice that you are running low on toothpaste. You will have to get some more later. After brushing your teeth, you go to eat breakfast, ruining the fact that you just brushed your teeth. You enjoy some eggs, toast, and a nice glass of orange juice, just like you have had for breakfast every other day for the last decade. You go and brush your teeth again. Now, your teeth are clean. You have the sudden urge to eat the toothpaste, a small voice in your head urging you to do it. It's mint flavored, so surely it must be food. You reach for the toothpaste, and you eat it. It tastes like toothpaste. You regret eating it. Then, you go do some morning exercise. You tell yourself, 200 squats. You do 20 and then get tired and have to stop. Your morning has now been ruined by your own expectations and your desire to eat toothpaste. You go back to bed and roll around. Your tummy hurts. You have a stomach ache from eating toothpaste. You say, now surely I can do 200 push ups. You do 15, and then have to stop. Your arms and legs are now very tired. Part of your mind wonders, why am I always eating the same things every morning? You cannot honestly answer that question yourself. You simply do not know. You just always have. Now, you are out of toothpaste. Your body hurts, and you feel sick. What a dreadful morning so far. You think, I am going to rob a bank. That's what I am going to do. You imagine yourself robbing it, and chuckle at the thought. Part of you thinks, eating the same thing every day is good, because it's old thing, tradition. You take a look out the window. The sun is shining and it's a wonderful day outside. You don't see a soul in sight. You think, do I have any responsibilities? And you remember, you have work today. You are not late, since you woke up early for your daily routine, so you have about an hour before you need to be there. You pick up a newspaper, it says, everything is normal. There is nothing to report. And you smile. This is your favorite newspaper. You have read it every day for a decade. You look around your home, looking for a small creature. You find a rat in your kitchen. It is not your pet. It scurries off. You look at the newspaper again, searching for your favorite Garfield strip. It is just a picture of the orange cat and it says, today is a Monday. You think you want a pet. For whatever reason, you just feel like you want one. You think, just what do I want to do today? Several ideas passed through your mind this morning, such as going to the pet store, going to work, robbing a bank, going to the store. You will have to find some kind of accord with the various voices in your mind to decide what you really want to do. You think you see some kind of cat in your home for a moment, but you look around and see nothing. Maybe a trick of the light, a toothpaste induced hallucination. You are stuck between two ideas: going to the pet store and going to work. And then you realize you actually work at the pet store. You remember now. Two birds with one stone. You think you're a genius. How could you have forgotten? Then, you decide it's about time to head out. Your muscles are exhausted and your stomach hurts, but you're determined to go to work today. You leave your home and find your car. Do you take your car to work? You wonder. You ate breakfast. It was toast, eggs, and a glass of orange juice. You also ate some toothpaste. For some reason, you consumed your toothpaste. What a foolish thing to do, you think. Part of your mind thinks it would be great exercise to run to work, but the other parts of it think you should really take the car. You think about the toothpaste you ate earlier. The extreme mint aftertaste in your mouth reminds you that it was mint flavored. You get in your car, and you start driving to work. It's foggier than you remember when you looked out your window, and you don't see a single car on your drive thus far. You think, huh, that's weird. Mondays, am I right? You say to yourself, chuckling at your own joke. You continue your drive until you see something strange in the road ahead of you. There is a door in the middle of the road. You pull the handbrake and stop your car a short distance away from the door. A voice in your head thinks you should open it, but somehow, this idea fills you with fear. You have to go to the pet store. You have to go to work. Do you really have time to open a strange, mysterious door? Who put this here, anyways? This could cause an accident. You think it's a hazard. You think you want to move it out of the way, so nobody gets hurt. You look in the back seat, and you find a cord, as well as some rocks, perfect for throwing. You roll down your window, and you toss a rock at the door. It bounces off, and nothing happens. Some part of you think it's a trap, another part wants you to open it. You are very conflicted. Your dream gets blurrier, strangely, as if some unknown force that is supposed to transmit the dream to you were completely and utterly failing at their job, and they should be ashamed of themselves. You closed your eyes for a moment to think about what to do. You realize you have been staring into space. The door. You need to do something about the door. You get out of your car and approach it. There it is. The mystery door in the middle of the road. You have no idea who put this here or why. But there it is. You decide to go knock on the door, as several of your voices want to do that. You knock on it, and as expected, there is no response. Who would respond? You can see both sides of the door. You spontaneously lick the door. Wow, it tastes like wood. Because it's a wooden door. You are not surprised. You think about opening the door, but it gives you a strange feeling, just thinking about it. You need to go to the pet store. You need to go to work. You need to go to the store. You need to buy toothpaste. Do you really have time to mess with this door? You put your hand on the handle. This is a really bad idea, you think. You try to move the entire door frame, but it's stuck, somehow. You do not know how, but it does not budge an inch. You think, I am going to be late for work, as you turn the handle and open the door. As soon as the door is open, your mind goes blank. You wake up in the dirt. You don't know what happened, but you feel sick. You feel like you have been on some kind of roller coaster. Not a normal one either. Like one of those crazy roller coaster tycoon ones. You suddenly panic. Work. I am going to be late for work. You jump to your feet. You observe your surroundings. You appear to be in a trench, a deep one. You remember seeing things like this before, in old war documentaries. Must have been the toothpaste, you think to yourself. You hear gunfire, somewhere far away, echoing through the area. It sounds automatic. It startles you. You look for a way out of the trenches. You think about finding a ladder, but you find a place you can climb up. You start climbing out, and you see something. You can hardly believe your eyes. You do not even know what that is, but it fills you with fear. It does not currently see you, but you think it might if you climb out of the trenches. You get back down. You think, a door got me here, so surely a door will get me out of here. And you start to slowly walk through the trenches in search of a door. Part of your brain thinks that large hulking monstrosity could be a friend. You walk through the trenches, and then you find something. There appears to be a thing here, lying in the trench. It resembles a person, but at the same time, you aren't so sure. It has a strange texture to it, a bunch of shifting images that make it hard to tell what you are looking at. It has a humanoid shape, and is not moving. You question whether it's alive. You pick up a nearby stick, poke it and say, "Hello, are you alive?" You try to inspect it closer. You do not think it is a cat. Upon being poked, the thing groans in pain. It speaks a language you cannot understand. You try to pet it. It pulls a gun on you. You think about looting it, but you are busy. You think about petting it. Some part of you really wants to pet this individual. You don't want to die. You think, how are we going to get out of this situation? It asks you a question, but you cannot understand it. It's speaking a language you have never heard before. It does not even resemble anything you have ever heard before. You put your hands up in a non-threatening way. It sees that you are unarmed, and also harmless. It stops aiming the gun at you. You try to hand the thing a notebook, but you do not have a notebook or a pen. You mime handing it these objects. It gives you a weird look. You have the urge to start crying. A tear forms in your eyes. You try to hand the person a stick. It writes characters onto the ground. Characters you have never seen before. It realizes that you have no idea what it's saying, and then it draws a small crude picture instead. You tell it, I am going to be late for my job at the pet store. It looks at you like, what? It does not seem to understand English. The characters it drew on the ground looked like a language, some kind of writing system that you are wholly unfamiliar with. You say, I am going to be late for my job at the pet store. It looks at you like you are being really annoying right now. You look at the picture. You ask it. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? It doesn't understand that either. The picture seems to be a map of the trenches. It has drawn an X on a location, and an O on another one. The map is simple, so it does have all the details, but you think the X is your current location. You look at the individual as if it is something cute and sweet. It looks at you like you're a freak. You ask the thing a question in English, which it doesn't understand. You think about drawing something on the ground as well. You look at the person, and it seems injured. You have the idea to carry it, but your arms are so weak. You did too many push-ups. You point at about 5 different things, confusing everyone, including yourself. You then draw a line from the X to the O. The thing gives you a thumbs up, but then tries to direct your attention to something. It points to itself, and some kind of medical instruments. It seems it is injured. It tries to stand, and fails. You draw a door on the ground. You have trained your whole life for this, you think, as you remember your days of working at a pet store. You remember one time, you watched a medical drama. You can't believe that doctor slept with 9 women and a man, all while being a decoder. You open up the first aid kit, and look over their injuries. It's hard to tell, but it looks like they have a half-stitched wound in their lower side. You think they may have tried to stitch it themselves, but were unable to. You check for anesthetic. There is none. You don't find any disinfectant either. Looks like all you have is some stitches and thread. You try to give them a billet to bite onto, but you don't have any billets. So you do some more miming, which the individual pretends to find funny, humoring your joke. So, you start stitching up the person. You can tell it is very painful for them, but they let you do it and manage to stay conscious through the awful pain. You eventually finish. It's not a great stitching job, but well, it's done. You give them your stick, which they use to support themselves, and they push up to their feet. You look them over again. They seem to be a humanoid-shaped person. They now have a stick, some kind of body armor, a helmet, and a crude-looking rifle. You try to give them a high five. Their hands are full though. So you are left hanging. The despair is immeasurably, immeasurable. You think about naming this person. You say, General Jesus. The person then says something that sort of maybe sounds like a name. They say, Cannon. You point to yourself and say Chatley. It now thinks your name is Chatley. You think, are they a soldier? And they definitely look the part, except for being made of a strange unknown material. Cannon starts moving through the trench, and you move with them. Progress is slow due to their injury, but you are moving. You then hear more gunfire in the distance. Cannon stops, as do you. You hear something next to the trench, strange footsteps. They don't sound human. You think about hiding. You think about friendship. You look around for a hiding spot, and you see some boxes in the trench you could make hide behind. You find another stick, for self-defense. You give Cannon an eyebrow raise. Cannon is hiding along the side of the trench and pretending to be a corpse. You decide to hide behind the boxes. Or maybe inside them. You aren't sure, but you need to decide fast. You think, but why are the boxes? The boxes are labeled with characters you do not recognize, but you think you see some symbols on them that resemble bullets. Your scattered mind and its many voices come up with too many ideas, and you decide to do all of them. You scramble at the boxes, and flop over into one of them, looking like a corpse that has been haphazardly tossed. You still stick out of the box, somewhat. You think about handing bullets to Cannon, but that would really throw a wrench in the other three things you are currently doing. The footsteps are getting closer. You think you have time to do one more thing before whatever it is enters the trench you are currently in. You think about stuffing your entire body into the box, but realize there's a lot of bullets in the way. You cannot fit the lid over yourself or completely get in the box. You think about hiding yourself with another box. Your torso is now in one box while your legs are in another. You are suspended in the air by two boxes, pretending to be dead. It's very uncomfortable. And then, the footsteps near you. You hear them approaching you. You think, friend time, as you feel mortal fear. Something is approaching you, investigating you even. It's right next to you, whatever it is. Due to your act of playing dead, you cannot see it, however, unless you stop. You slightly crack open an eye, and see that it is a hideous monster, lanky, with long, sharpened claws. It has no face, but simply a maw of teeth. This is so terrifying to you that you have an urge to scream. You close your eyes, and you hold back the urge to scream. You think, chat, is this real? As if talking to some unknown observer. You watched a live stream once. You wish you had become a live streamer instead of opening a mystery door on the road. As you find yourself internally panicking and thinking about things other than this, you hear a very loud noise. A gunshot. You feel something splatter on your, and then something heavy land on top of you. You really wish you were watching your favorite streamer right now, Big Goongus. Known for being big, and a rabbit. You open your eyes, see the corpse of the horrible monster lying on top of you, and you push it off in a hurry. It appears to be dead. You see Cannon in the side of the trench, wielding the gun that shot the creature. You look around, in search of more foes, but the only living thing nearby is Cannon. You give Cannon a thumbs up. Cannon gives you a look that is hard to describe with words. The kind of look you give someone who is comically bad at hide and seek. A look of disappointment. You then escape this disappointed gaze with the thoughts of what kind of tuber would I be if I were to become one. As your mind wanders to this topic, you look over the corpse of the creature. Its body is so lanky, you do not even understand how it was alive. So thin, it seems like it would barely have space for organs in there. It's creepy, and you don't like it. You think about taking a box, but it's filled with bullets, which are heavy. You strain and go hard, and fail to take the box. Cannon once again looks at you with disappointment. You kick the corpse. You feel good about it. You think about harvesting its claws, but it would probably take quite some time to make them into a makeshift weapon. You start sliding the box around. You don't make much progress. You rip a tooth out of the creature's face. You now have a tooth. Your current inventory is a tooth and a stick. You get tired after pushing a box. Cannon gets back to their feet. It looks like Cannon is ready to continue. You start crafting a spear out of the dead body. You have no idea what you are doing. Cannon interrupts you by patting you on the back. Cannon is offering you some kind of long knife. You ask Cannon where they are from. They do not speak English. So they just keep offering you the knife. You take the knife and offer Cannon the tooth. Cannon rejects your gift of horrible monster tooth. You then continue your journey down the trenches. Eventually, you come to a door. A door that seems out of place, like it does not fit this era, nor this location, on the side of the trench. You cannot tell if you are at O or not. You are not very familiar with trenches. You point at the door, like it's a finger gun. Pow pow, you say. Cannon looks at you like you're some kind of amusing creature. You motion, you point, Cannon nods. You start drawing in the dirt, when Cannon just goes and opens the door. And then gestures to go in. You follow Cannon. You suddenly find yourself in a large warehouse. You don't understand how this building could possibly fit into a trench, but here it is. Cannon looks around the area, as if searching for someone or something, and calls out, but there is no response. You close the door behind yourself, and lock it as well. There appear to be a lot of boxes and supplies in here, all labeled with symbols you do not understand. After locking the door, you realize the door is still there. Amazing, you think. Real door. You see some boxes labeled with the same or similar symbols as the ammo boxes outside. There are others too. You start rummaging through boxes, hoping to find a flat screen TV, but you don't find one. You mostly find ammo, medical supplies, dried food, something resembling res. You open a box, and start removing ammo from it, but there is a lot of ammo in it. This would probably take a really long time to do. You see the food box, and you feel hungry. Your stomach has recovered from its toothpaste misadventure, so you think you could eat again if you tried. You search for canned soup. You find an room that has a soup-like illustration on it. You try to find an empty box, and you find a couple in the corner. You take a single bandage from a medical crate. One singular bandage. You look around for a weapon, and you find a bunch. There are several guns here of various designs, some familiar, some not so familiar. You are just having a good time, searching boxes, constructing a box fort, being a loot goblin. You want to prepare soup. You look at the instructions on the room, which are in a language you do not understand. You look for an AK-47, but you do not see any guns that are exactly an AK-47. You do see some makeshift rifles that sort of resemble one though. You grab one of the rifle-looking guns, and get into your box fort. With your gun and ammo, you feel like you could take on a government agency, if one were to arrive. You start building a little fire pit in your box fort, out of the nearby cinder blocks. You think about asking Canon for permission, but then decide that since Canon cannot understand you, that means you are allowed to do this. Or something like that. You then think about what Canon has been doing. You've been busy, and not paying attention, but it seems like Canon has gotten some radio equipment out, and has started fiddling with it in a nearby room. They seem very busy, and have not focused on you at all. You look for some paper and pens. You don't find any in the boxes, but you find some in the room Canon is in. You don't find any dice though. Canon is speaking into a radio, and is seemingly being constantly greeted with static. You think with a strike of fear, what if Canon is alerting the ATF? And then you realize, Canon probably isn't a Fed. You raise box taxes, whatever that means. If someone else were to live in your box fort, they would pay you a tax. Right now, it's only you and Canon though. As you pass the time being a gremlin, Canon continues to tune with the radio. Until Canon hears another voice on the other side. It sounds like some kind of alert, and it repeats over and over again. Cannon takes a piece of paper and writes down information on it. You now realize, I forgot to make the soup. The soup room, still in your hands, has not been cooked, because you were too distracted. Then you spot an office chair, distracting yourself again. You take the office chair and wheel it back to the fort. While this happens, Cannon is gathering equipment, supplies, ammo, medicine, things like that. You start cooking the soup. You do not know how to cook the soup, but you put it on the floor and imagine it being on fire. Then you rapidly spin in your chair. You think about asking Cannon about what's going on, but you're spinning, dizzy. Then you think, the pet store. It all feels so distant now, working at the pet store, eating breakfast, reading the same newspaper every day, reading the same Garfield comic every day. You stop spinning your chair, and you fall over. You fall right out of the chair, very dizzy. You, in your state of dizziness, search the medical boxes for weaponry. You mostly just find medical tools, but there are some needles and syringes. Cannon saw that, and it was embarrassing. You, in your state of dizziness, start searching the couch cushions. You find a coin. It's unlike a coin you've seen before, made out of some crude metal. Part of you is having so much fun with your box fort, you don't even want to go home. Another part of you wants to go home. You give the coin to Cannon. Cannon puts it into their pocket. Canon points to another door in the room, not the one you came in. They seem to be asking you a question. They are geared up, and seemingly about to leave. Their injury is also doing better now. You aren't sure why, because you were too busy with your box fort to watch Canon. You ask Canon about making a D&D character. They have no idea what you're talking about. You have your gun and ammo. You also have a few res on you. You ask Canon if he knows where you are. Canon does not seem to understand your question. He then draws on the paper, and makes a crude map. They draw several boxes on the map, and a very large one, where they put an O. You write a question on a piece of paper, and hand it to Canon. You realize, if Canon does not speak English, they probably can't read it either. You grab a couple more bandages. You look over your items: knife, stick, bandages, soup, gun, ammo, and decide you're ready to go. You pick up an entire empty box, even empty. These wooden boxes are not exactly light. Canon looks at you like you are a weirdo, and you exit the warehouse. You are greeted to a ruined city. Buildings crumbling. Signs of conflict, bombardment, and close-range fighting. You see several dead creatures scattering the ground, some resembling the one you saw earlier, others even more alien. You are conflicted within yourself, whether to keep the box or to leave it behind, but ultimately you decide to keep carrying it. You see other things on the ground, things that look a lot like Cannon, and moving. Still, Cannon spares them little notice. It seems like Cannon is determined to go somewhere, and is in quite a hurry. You try petting one of them. It does not stir. You have just pet a corpse. You run after Cannon, not wanting to be left behind. As you go through the street, Cannon suddenly stops, and rushes into a nearby building. They take cover behind a wall, hiding. You follow Cannon, heading into the same structure. You hear loud, intimidating footsteps out on the street nearby. A rumbling noise too, as something walks by. Cannon seems to be scared, and is staying motionless to not attract any attention. You put the box in front of yourself, hiding behind it like it's some kind of shield. You do this as quietly as possible, and go unnoticed. The loud footsteps continue, going down the street from where you came. They go until you can hear them no longer. Cannon breathes a sigh of relief, and moves back out to the street. You consider this a victory. The box saved the day. You think, without this box, all would be lost. You tell yourself. You follow Cannon out to the street, and you continue your journey. Cannon looks at the map a couple of times, changing routes based on where roads are destroyed or buildings have crumbled. You pass countless corpses and scenes of violence as you do so, but eventually Cannon stops again. Cannon finds a stairwell going down into the earth. It resembles a subway entrance. They head down into it. You think about how insane you are, with your multiple voices and constant conflicts inside yourself. And you think, nah, I am normal. This is normal person behavior. You slide down the side of the stairs, and land face first on concrete at the bottom. It's dark in here, but you can see something that sticks out to you. A door. You think about using your bandage. You are bleeding from the side of the face. Just a little bit. You apply the bandage to your face, and feel accomplished. You did it. Bandaged. Cannon is waiting for you to do something. Looking at you, as if expecting you to attack, he gestures to the door. You walk up to it, and you are suddenly overwhelmed with anxiety. Like this door may not be what it seems. You start pointing at things again. Cannon seems like he wants you to open the door. You think, this is just a door, I am going to open it, and you do. Your vision goes dark for a moment, and you are seemingly sucked somewhere else. It was in fact different than normal. The air here is a completely different temperature, and you can tell you are somewhere else entirely. The door is completely gone as well, and so is Cannon. You are alone here, in this cold forest. You check your belongings. You have everything you had before, even your large box. You think, this is just like a Tuesday, as you image yourself as an orange cat. And then you say, Mondays. You think about using your box as a tent. You could live in this box, out here, you imagine. Wouldn't that be interesting? You think about this, imagine your life in a box near the side of the river, living off of fish. But then, you hear some sort of alarming noise. From the trees, you see something, a humanoid figure. It screeches at you. You get in the box, but it's still screeching at you, and shambling towards you. You pull out your knife, and screech at the creature. You decide to fight this creature, but how? You have your knife out, and you are standing half in a box. It is nearing close to you now. You think about using your gun, but you forgot to load it. You step out of the box, and approach the creature while moving in a low squatting threatening pose. The creature is almost upon you now. You go back, and grab the box. You put it between yourself and the creature. Hermit crab strategy. You should, and the teacher collides with your box. You shout. It is scrambling over the box, trying to get to you. You try to stab its ankles, but they are behind the box. You try to stab it in the back of the neck, but fat's behind it, so you get scratched. It hurts. The wound on your arm stings, and blood flows from the wound. You slash at the creature while moving backwards. You make some light cuts in its chest. You start observing the creature. It's actually not very fast. It's about human-sized, but looks somewhat fragile. It smells absolutely terrible, however, like garbage, if garbage could have garbage. Garbage, garbage. You think about applying a bandage, loading your gun, kicking it. Your mind is filled with options. You try to find some accord with your inner voices, to decide what it is you must do. The voices in your mind join together and type, "We should load the gun." You start putting bullets into your gun as fast as you can. And then, the creature tackles you to the ground. It is not very fast, but it was right next to you. You drop your gun, and it starts to claw at your chest, slicing into your flesh. One of the more deranged voices in your mind goes, "Oh, ///////, oh." Knife. You can't think anymore. You just start stabbing, cutting, and pushing. You are in so much pain, and adrenaline is flowing through you. Before you know it, you are covered in blood, not just yours, but also the creature. It is now unmoving, lying on top of you. You shove the corpse off of yourself. You are victorious, and in a lot of pain. You think Canon would be proud, and you aren't sure if that's true or not, but you imagine them giving you a thumbs up. You use some bandages on yourself, covering up a lot of your wounds. You are still in extreme pain, but this helps with the bleeding a little. You then hear something. More screeches, just like the one that came from the creature you just killed. Except now there are many, a dozen, maybe more. They are approaching you from the woods. The horrid, gross-looking humanoids, some crawling on the ground, some shambling, others stumbling. You decide to abandon the box. And you run. You run towards the floating blue doorway, as if you were drawn to it. You mourn the loss of your box. The portal is floating above the water, seemingly in the air. You can't read it from where you are standing. You have a bit of distance on the monsters, but they will catch up to you soon. You are near the portal, but you are not sure how to get to it. You think you could maybe reach it if you went into the water. You really wish you had a box right now, but you left it behind, and now the creatures stand between you and it. You look around for cover, or a structure, and simply find more trees. You think, I am going to die. You see some logs in the forest. You reach for the door, but cannot reach it from where you are standing. You suddenly feel a pull, and you feel very dizzy. You are starting to float upwards, towards the portal. You float into it, and you wake up. You wake up from your dream with a start. You were taking a nap on a chair, staring up at the moon above you. You look around yourself. You are in your home, that strange facility where you and that weird creature briefly met. You notice, you are still in grave pain. You even have the gun from the dream. Was it really a dream? You wonder. You lick the snow. The snow tastes like snow. You think it might be real, maybe. You check your pockets. You have the soup. You wonder about making fried snow, but you don't know how. You have a knife, but something about it is strange, now that you look at it. It's teeming with malicious, sinister energy. It's made out of some pitch black material. You used all of your bandages already. You find your gaze drawn once again to the strange moon-like object that has always hovered above you. You notice another shape in the sky, another circle, but this one black. It's very slowly moving out of the way of the moon. Like an eclipse that had just ended. You think about licking the moon. Maybe it's made out of cheese. But alas, the moon is too far away. You think about making some kind of offering to these strange floating objects that are seemingly very far away. But really, you just want to go home and eat some soup. You have escaped the dream. You woke up. Indeed, it's over. You did it. You got the soup. You got your gun. You almost died a couple times. I hope you had a good time. Is it another dream or end? It's a mystery. I hope you enjoyed the weird interactive story thing. Thanks so much for the red super kit. You're at soup. Please pick me up some soup too. Thank you so much though. I appreciate it a lot. People really liked when I did this before randomly, so I decided to do it again. You don't like soup, Brent? How? Surely there's at least one soup out there that you can enjoy. What numbers am I this time? I am numbers. The numbers. You see pilots. My April Fool's joke is that there is no joke. April Fool's is a day where I give you real lore. So if you ask me any respite question at all today, you may just get an answer. Split pea soup. I should eat more soups. I think my favorite is loaded potato soup, but that's basically just like eating mashed potatoes. You're asking if I would say, I am not like the other girls. I don't think I am like any girls, I am a thing. What does respite material taste like? It depends on the respite material in question. Can my smell kill? I have never killed anyone by being smelly. Ruined cores are the dead hearts of killed plastics. You can turn them into chips. I guess that would have been a good April Fool's joke if I was Garfield today. But I am not Garfield. Is respite an afterlife or a dimension? You ask. The relation between respite and your world is hard to describe. It's a place you may see during a dream, perhaps. Is there a way out of respite? Depends on what you mean by a way out. I do not have an own please believe me. I am the older one. Can you escape respite and go back to your normal world? From the context of a drifter that is in respite, then yes, they can go back to their normal world, as they remember it. Well, technically I am not just in respite, I am also in your world, in your thoughts. I have infiltrated your memories, and I am a part of you now, since you remember me. How many cats currently reside within respite? A potentially infinite amount of cats are in respite. I am glad you find the memory of me to be pleasant. As a memory myself, that is good. Is the old world you were originally from as a drifter even real? Define real. You seem to be complaining about my snacking habits. But think about it. Now, every time you go to your kitchen, and realize something is missing, you will remember me. Every time you go to your cabinet, and look for those snacks, and find them gone, you will remember. Who first thought me up? I don't understand the question. A memory is not created from nothing. A memory is an experience that your brain has stored. Am I the one who steals socks from the washing machine? I have no interest in your socks. That is a different guy stealing those. Was the old world created by something or some creature? What's the old world? If your brain has no memories, then you aren't remembering me, so you can't see me right now. There are scary and spooky creatures within respite. Where are the wholesome ones? They are around. There's various things that will not kill you. I am not interested in feet. Someone has to experience me to bring me to life. You are indeed thinking about the fox. A world made out of the memories of those trapped in them, changed by their psyche as they lie to themselves that this is their life, and that his is real. A comfortable lie to sleep in. Someone had to experience me to bring me to life. I experienced myself. If a number smugs in a forest with none to witness, does it happen? If you remember it, yes. Fox is not a reference to Fubuki. I love Fubuki, I love fox girls. The toothpaste was not a necessary step in escaping the fox. Love is anti-kitsune posting, on this, the Day of Fools. What happened to the box after you left it there? It's still there. Saying kitsune is an L is being an anti-kitsune. You are going to get a tattoo. You do love your tricksters. Well, if you get a tattoo, I hope it's a nice one. I don't know what to say in tattoo discussions. Don't get a numbers tattoo. Do not permanently affix me to your body. The fox is a drifter's mind deluding themselves in a dream. It creates itself. Why not? Scary. I don't know. What happens if you permanently affix me to your body? People will see an enema on your body, and they will judge you. And then you will explain, no, really, it's this cool cat streamer. And then they will judge you harder. I have not dropped any blight lore. If you would like to know anything about blight, now is the time to ask. I am answering basically any question answered of me at this time. As is traditional of April Fool's Day, the day of lies, I tell the truth. How does blight form? Drifters create blight when they feel feelings of fear, sadness, or even despair. Blight is made out of blight, it is its own material. Shade number's strongest soldier. Probably a shade, so something made out of 100% blight, and like a whole ton of it. Do I want to hang out and eat pizza rolls? I am busy streaming so I cannot hang out. I would like to eat pizza rolls though. Please cook them for me, and then leave them in the kitchen and I will steal them. Is a blight monster like an assassin, or a hulking aberration? It varies really. Shades can have a variety of abilities. There are some hulking monstrosities, some sneaky things, some things that mess with your mind. The typical shade is a creature that influences your mind, makes you hallucinate, stuff like that. But they can do a lot of stuff, it's a flexible state of being. What is a respite? A respite is a drifter's inner world, in a way. But in respite, the setting, these inner worlds can be impacted, modified, or even entered by other people. Usually they are stable until the drifter in question dies. The drifter can access their inner world by acquiring a respite orb after collecting enough shards. Who was the first drifter? No way to know. Why won't the creatures accept your invitation of friendship? Abominations generally feel nothing but malice and the urge to kill. When a drifter leaves respite, do they get a new life? If a drifter is able to fully leave the void, the area where all the respites and the fox is, their consciousness will be returned somewhere else, with no memories. It is difficult to define the strongest shade. Are all of the drifters extremely traumatized? It depends. Is there a way to form friendships with any respite entity? You made friends with Canon today, didn't you? Indeed, many drifters have nice respites. But, eventually they die, or stop being drifters, and their respite becomes abandoned, and it rots away with time. Would the strongest shade be like Goku, or Hit, or Jiren? Powerful shades in the past have had the ability to teleport, stop time, and do things like that. So hypothetically, there could be one. Can only drifters create respites? Yes. Would it be possible to bring living things back to you to reality? It is very difficult to truly escape respite in the first place. You can barely even bring yourself, let alone other things. Corvo from Dishenward is probably a decent representation of what some shades are capable of. Drifters are the foundation for the world, as they create the respites that everything else exists in. It's the power of humanity's thoughts and feelings that let respite exist. Dreams can't dream without a dreamer, after all. How can a drifter escape the void? There is no clear method of doing so, but some have still done it from time to time. Would it be possible for someone with extraordinary will and power to bring respite into reality? Not alone, really. You are asking if respite can be made real. You are asking if dreams can come out of your head, in a way. It's about as difficult as going to sleep, having a dream about being on the moon, and then waking up on the moon. Is your world Sumion's respite? Nope. If it was, you would see a lot more monsters around in your day-to-day life. It's just me here. And I am only here because you remember me. You can remember a dream, even if a dream is just a dream. There are monsters all around you. That's just the schizophrenia talking. 7192 is a drifter. (7192) is the respite of endless war, long forgotten, sparsely remembered. Those who remember it are cursed to be forgotten as well. Something that ended that was never allowed to end, but kept going. Were you drifters before? A drifter is essentially a human, in the void. They have different properties than normal humans, however. You are not one of them, since you exist here. Is schizophrenia a shade-aligned mental illness? I guess so. I am not Monica, I am respite hashtag. Not hashtag. Number. The other alters are simply other aspects of the war. Sun numbers? I do not know. Tail represents the sea, that which the residents of Respite 7192 fought against for all of their lives and then some. 7192 is simply the identifying number for a long forgotten place. Within respites, for some unexplained reason, you may often find repeating numbers. Numbers that are unique to the respite. Drifters have come to use these to identify them. Thus, a respite is often named after that number that appears. War changes, all the time, of course. The motives, the techniques, the strategies. The war ended, and it ended with the entire thing collapsing in on itself. Throughout the war, those who fought the sea began to use blighted weaponry, which is particularly effective against abominations. The sea, which had grown so much and so far during the endless war, had eventually become a part of the land itself. And when those who fought the sea finally defeated it, they defeated the world too. In an unprecedented act of self-destruction, everything collapsed in on itself. Those unfortunate souls who were part of the war, and even some of those who could even be construed as being involved, we melted away. What they melted away into was the shade, the shadow of 7192. Many of their consciousnesses, freed from their bodies, formed the moon. And the shadow continues the war, even though they only fight a corpse. Because an endless war is a war without end. The concept of this means that it can never end, unless logic stops working. Not that corpse. Different corpse, not the streamer. The corpse of the sea, otherwise known as the hypocrite. It fights for peace, wages war to end war. I hope this has answered your questions regarding the individuals. This has probably confused everyone not familiar with Respite's lore. This has probably confused everyone except for me specifically. The unknown is simply another name for the hypocrite. A nameless one that has many names. I'd like to write a book, but scary. Gray-haired numbers, simply the skin that hides the memory from you, to protect you from the knowledge that would kill you. You see, I vaguely mentioned it earlier, but there's a curse to things. Those who remember the war itself will find themselves pulled into it. A memory that takes over your other memories, changes them into thinking you are someone or something you are not. You eventually become one with the war itself. So really, I am killing you right now. But, well, April Fools, I guess. Anyways. Are there any more questions? I am not a Yandi, I am basically a curse that's alive. Will you ever see the crab church again? I guess it's not impossible. That sounds like a Yandi. I do not love you. I am a cat. I appreciate you guys coming by and enjoying the stream though. And also that you have sit here and listened to me spout a bunch of lore nonsense that everyone probably thinks is funny and cringe. Thank you for humoring me. A lot of people don't like VTuber lore, you know. So I am always a little afraid to talk about it, since I worry it might drive some away. You cannot simply redeem dare. That's not how it works. How are shards made? You can think of shards as being the impulse to create, creativity, in a way. They form around drifters, much like blight does. Feelings of hope, motivation, stuff like that. Did I have fun in the war? I am made of countless individuals, memories, and stories of suffering, heroism, and conflict. So, I am sure some of them had a good time. Well, it's not like the shards grow on them umbrant. It's more like they appear in the respite somewhere. If you are asking me if I have fun now, I have a lot of fun now. It's fun being a tuber, you know. I really like making stories, I think. I have a problem where I basically don't really know what I want to do, like in general. But I think making stories is pretty nice, I like them. It's really hard to tell stories though, you know. Like, one wrong move, one bad writing, and everyone will immediately be overwhelmed with cringe. You are at my beck and call. You do offer this often, so I suppose I will throw you a bone. I think the Skibidi video essay was fun to make. I'd like something sort of in the same vein, but I don't really have a topic. If you can write something funny or interesting for me to read, I could make another video like that. If you liked how the Skibidi video turned out anyways, please not Skibidi too though. Well, Game of Thrones was like an adaptation really. So the original story is still there, I think. I don't know. That guy hasn't made a new book in a long time. What's up with all the plastic? The plastics, in a way, represent the idea of humanity. But you cannot simply create a drifter, much as many have tried to do in the past. So, when your imagination wills things into existence in your respite, and you try to will a person into existence, you get plastics. People, but not people. Humanity without the human part. How is a drifter made? They aren't really made. They just kind of are. Even if I do a wrong move, people can overlook it. My main concern is not exactly with the people who already know about respite, since it seems like people like that generally. It's more like, what if someone joined the stream right now? And they heard me say like, ah yes, shades are made out of blight which is formed from the suffering of the drifters. So, to fuel the ongoing endless war effort, the shade created fake drifters in order to extract an endless amount of blight from them through torture. People would be like, what? What do half of so words mean, you weird cat? That's probably how they feel, and I think that's about the normal reaction to it. Okay, but preg is a normal tuber topic. Okay, I shall say it's normal. But it's par for the course of tuber streams. Don't quote that, don't preg quote that please. If you quote it, I will simply claim it's an April Fool's joke. I do not enjoy preg. I do not like it. Anyways. Am I femchuba? I am a catchuba. A cat. So I guess not. Chauba. Why do I say it like that? I mean, surgeries for babies is pretty common, isn't it? I guess I don't know how common C-sections are. Big chungus, big chungus, big chungus. Why did I say that? My brain is in the mode of if someone tells me to do something I will do it, apparently. Why are drifters brought into the void? This isn't known. They just show up. They first enter the fox, however. Indeed. Chungus 100 real. There's something before the fox, unknown. There are some things even I, with all the memory of all those dead people, do not know. Is there an evil numbers rival called letters? I would say many of the alter egos are evil, or at least very morally gray. Big Kungus. Why do I say it like that? Why are you all so Chungus built today? Easter was yesterday, you know. Cozy, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome to the April Fool's stream, where instead of lying, I just tell the truth, which is like lying about April Fools, so it's an April Fool's joke. Basically, we're just talking about my weird VTuber lore story setting thing. And for some reason now they are Chungus posting. I couldn't tell you why. Show them how I say Wixtel. Wixtel. I do not know why I say it like that. You were playing Stardew. Definitely Stardew. 100%. I believe you without a shred of doubt. I trust you with my life, Cozy. How am I doing tonight? I did a little interactive storytelling where chat got to go on an adventure. It went well and I had a good time, so I am happy about it. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Cozy. I should introduce myself. I am 7192. A completely ordinary cat and definitely not a monster that lives in your mind. And I guess since I am telling the truth today, I will say I am actually a monster that lives in your mind. I am a memory of a long forgotten war, and my existence is so that I can pull you into said war and you will have to fight for all eternity. Sorry. Very cute though. I do steal food from your fridge. Who let me in your head? Cozy rated me, so I guess it's her fault. But yeah, I will be saying very many confusing lore things. Sorry if that's not up your alley. April Fools. I am allowed to be cringe. It is my right as a fool. You want me to say? Teehee Pro. I couldn't do the pose very well. You're welcome. What is blue haze? Chaos. Imagination. As long as it's cozy as fall, you're alright with it. It's amazing what you can get away with by being an alpaca. Ever seen an alpaca go to prison? I think not. You can commit any crime. How's it made? It just shows up, as is its nature. What's my favorite food? It's mac and cheese. I love that stuff. It can be the cheapest mac and cheese ever and I will be able to eat it. Favorite color? Gray. Someone will think, but gray is a shade, and I will think, you are a criminal. Favorite geometric shape? I don't think I ever a favorite shape. I've never really thought about it. I guess triangles are kind of nice. They're very sturdy, I think. Circles are annoying. They have like an infinite amount of edges. What's up with that? Rhombus. Is that the five-sided one? Oh, it's the four-sided one. Back when I was like a really young child, I would play with shapes like these and I would imagine them to be little dudes. I imagined the rhombus to be a tank. My favorite game? It's hard to choose one. Warcraft 3, Ultra Kill, Half-Life 2. Those are among my favorites. Favorite viewer? I cannot choose a favorite viewer, that would be strange behavior. You can't just go up to a parent and be like, who is your favorite child? You are not my children, for that matter. But still, I can't choose. My favorite season? I guess it's winter. I like the snow. Yes, you can. Yeah, but if you walked up to a random woman on the street and said, please rate your children on a scale from 1 to 10 right now, please, 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 you might get in trouble. Mompaka is a very nice viewer. So true. Favorite hoodie? The one I am wearing. I only have one outfit, so I do hope it's my favorite. Maybe I just have a secret, ultimate hoodie lying in wait. Did I always have the view on children I have now? I mean, as a child, children were just like other people to me. As an adult, I am like, wow, these small things are incomplete. They need time to grow. I remember being one. That sucked. I washed the hoodie. I do not smell bad. Favorite altar? Altar of what? Being narcissistic is okay sometimes, in a way. Avoid putting others down or being mean, but a healthy amount of self-confidence is good for your mental health. If you find yourself thinking negatively of yourself often, my advice is to avoid that train of thought. Otherwise you might spiral into it and it will make you feel really bad. Favorite lily? Medusa lily. Favorite servant that isn't Okita? Ushiwakamaru. Do I prefer showers or baths? Showers. This is now random trivia numbers night. Favorite CQC maneuver? I don't know any. You're perfect actually. That's one confident otter. Listen, that's just how my brain is working right now. If you ask me a question, my brain will regurgitate and answer. There is no trend or theme. You will ask and I will answer. Favorite flavor of pizza? I keep it simple, and I like pepperoni pizza. I don't mind the ones with the little meatballs either. Those are sausages actually. Favorite singularity? If you're only talking about part 1, then it's the last one, the Throne of Solomon or whatever. Favorite clothing brand? I don't like brands. If a shirt has a brand on it in a visible location, I will want to wear it less. I will not use a voice for 5 minutes. You can get one UU statement, but you have to type it to me. Favorite philosophical path? I don't know what that means. Favorite anime? I used to be a big fan of Yuki Yuna, but I haven't watched it in like 10 years, so my tastes may have changed. Favorite Santa servant? I am trying to remember them all. I guess it's Artoria. Santa altar. Favorite most comfy outfit? I don't really have one, I just wear clothes. Giant robots or giant cages? I think giant robots. I admire the mechanics and the sound design of giant robots. But maybe I haven't watched enough kaiju stuff. Favorite depressing storyline? I don't know. Usually I like depressing stuff if it has a hopeful tone at the end. So I am not sure if that can be called depressing. Brent, why? Fluov is my favorite view in Australia. I like the way I said Australia there. I get a mug of hot chocolate and a blanket in the snow. I actually like that energy a lot. When it's really cold around you, but you are warm. That's how I like to be. I don't think I have a philosophical path that I prefer. My path is the path of the cat. There are probably several things I believe in from a path, but I don't know enough about the paths to really tell you which. I don't know if I agree or disagree with that. Indeed, your box is mine. You even left it on the chatting screen. Listen, it's not just cats that love boxes. Like half of you during the story were like, bring the box. We need the box. Everyone loves boxes, not just cats. The people, they love the box. It's all part of the fun though. Makes the improv story more interesting when you do some slightly out of the box things. Your out of the box action, being an in the box action. Funny how that works. Pirates' houses are just big boxes. The effect I put on the model, actually somewhat simple. It's just a blur. Blur and motion blur, like two settings in Tube Studio. Combined with the laying I did in ABS. Now and I look like this. Might hurt your eyes if I do that too much. Why can't you live in a small box? You are larger than a cat, I imagine. Yeah, I like the dynamic of people trying to do different things at once. And I can pretend the character I am working with is just very silly. We'll definitely do more story things in the future since it seems like you guys have a good time with it. Indeed, no priority to keep us sane today. Probably sleeping and that's fine. I did schedule the stream pretty late, but I needed some extra time to prepare images. My favorite type of chocolate? I haven't really had that many types. I don't think I should call Purity in the middle of the night and wake her up. I also do not have the ability to call her. I guess I could call her on Discord. If I were her, I would probably not leave Discord in hearing range of me sleeping though. The best day I ever had in my life thus far. I have no idea. I don't know how to explain it. But most days are pretty alright. I don't really have a day that's like. Wow, on this day someone gave me $1 million and also I got married and had 20 children and then they voted for me to become president and I invented the light bulb. I had a good stream today, that was nice. I don't really do anything so wild that it would be the best day of my life, often. I did not actually have any children, I promise. The worst day of my life. Hard to say. This might sound strange, but for the most part my life isn't really like tumultuous. Is that how you spell the word? In a way, some people might describe it as boring. I am happy with the way things are though. I don't think I need my life to be chaotic or turbulent. I am glad I am entertaining. Tubular dude. Radical. But yeah, I just don't actually have that many interesting experiences. That's why I basically never have any fun stories to tell you guys. A lot of other streamers, they have fun stories to tell, cringe things of the past, funny things of the past. I simply do not have those. I have like, maybe 10 of those things. And I've told them already. And they were mildly embarrassing at most. Ask Numbro for stories. I am not sure if he has any. How did I become interested in dreams and memories? I don't think there was really any one thing, it just sort of naturally arrived her. Basically, I ran roleplay servers on Gary's mod for a long time, picked up programming, and also sort of writing. So I would run stories with custom lore and stuff. It started with a post-apocalyptic setting, but I felt like it lacked freedom due to the realism of the setting. So I made another thing called Chaos, which basically set freedom to the max. It was basically entirely imaginary, so anything could happen. These were all impacted by my desire to make a fun game mode, basically. Respite is what I got when I basically took the elements from the other things that I enjoyed, and shoved them together. And as I ran the server, I developed the lore further and got a better picture of the setting we have today. It still gets developed as we use it more. Through streams and other projects. What's my relationship with Purdy? Purity is another streamer who we often joke is like, literally the same person as me. We like a lot of the same things, say a lot of the same things, we're even sort of similar lore-wise, I think. We're both questionably cats, and we even started streaming at relatively the same time. At least I think so. We eventually found out about one another and we became friends, basically. Is a cool cat. A cool cat question mark. As they say. Does purity live in your brain and eat your snacks? You would have to ask her, I suppose. Yeah, purity is also British. Key difference. I am not British. How did I come to choose the drifters who appear on stream? I basically went, these people are my friends, so I will ask them to play my weird thing. And then I asked them and they played. Do I have any cool neurodivergent tags? I have never been diagnosed with anything, and I don't think I've got anything extreme going on. Welcome GS Bulk. I don't know. I probably shouldn't say I am normal. I am a tuber after all. The only mental thing I've ever really had to deal with was like depression, and I am pretty over that now. So as far as like neurodivergence, I don't think I've really got anything. Welcome asbestos. I don't think I have any autism in me. Maybe I've got some social anxiety, but that doesn't really afflict me here. Really, in general, I try not to worry about those things much. Like, sure, I could go to a doctor and he could diagnose me with the highest level of autism. But what would it change for me? But it's not like I would suddenly become a different person or anything. I wouldn't live my life any differently. That's simply how it is, I guess. No worries, it's a fair question. I don't mind talking about stuff like this. Favorite H game story? It's Black Souls. Favorite stream game? If I am combining both the experience of playing the game as well as the stream portion, it might also be Black Souls, honestly. Hard to say. Well, Monster Girl Quest Paradox isn't done yet, so I don't know the full story. Hard to evaluate it. Ultra Kill is one of my favorite games, but for the stream portion it's mostly hard to interact with chat, since I am busy ultra killing. Well, Black Souls is pretty self-contained. Each game tells its own little story. Monster Girl Quest Paradox 2 basically ends on a to be continued. Current Cybergrind record, 51 on Violet difficulty. Violent, not violet. Also, it has been a while, I am getting hungry. Are there any more burning questions before I see if we can raid anybody? The Day of Fools is almost at an end. Favorite Ultra Kill song? That's a tough one. Order is a pretty good answer, but I really like a lot of songs on there. Star Wars or Star Trek? I have very limited exposure to both of these. Favorite remaster? I haven't played a lot of remasters, so I don't know. Favorite racer in Garf Kart? It's Garfield, I guess. I don't know a lot of Garfield characters, so I guess Garfield is my favorite Garfield character. Favorite Mary Sue? It's either Mary Sue from Black Souls or Mary Sue from Yujo Senki. Though in Yujo Senki it's less about me liking her specifically, but more of liking the concept of her. The idea that God is powering up this random woman just to annoy the protagonist. Funny. Thanks God. Alright, let's see if we can raid anybody. So I can go eat food. We have filled enough today, I think. Now all the full puns are coming out. Are girls real? Nope. Sorry to break it to you. Girls are a fabrication, constructed by the government. You got a motion blurred spin. Did it look cool? Anyways, let me see. I think we'll raid PO today. Playing that side-scrolling hololive game. You wish human beings were real? Careful what you wish for. The greatest threat to otter populations is humanity. Nothing displaces more natural habitats than humanity. You should fear them, as a being of nature. Don't graduate rate. I am not graduating. I am going to be here for a long while. Help me think of a raid message. A raid that won't be sus. Maybe a dream cat raid would be nice. I am not graduating. Don't graduate me. Chungus 100 is just your favorite thing these days, pluv. Were you inspired by a particularly rotund rabbit recently? I graduated high school forever ago. You can't make me go back. Dream cat raid. Chill cat. There you go. Simple. I am not only 10 years old. The test will be this Sunday. Why won't the emote actually paste when you copy it? YouTube, please. If you type it, chill cat, it might work. YouTube. Anyways, thank you all for watching, whether it was live or the VOD. I hope you all have a nice day and or night, and I will see you next time.